Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the regular council meeting for Tuesday, August 25th. We have, I think, a pretty much a full day, but we will do what we can to get through it quarterly. We'll start off with any additions to the agenda.
I have one item for the pool setting.
Full session, so it'll be 16-2. You know what?
I have it on the screen already, if you want to check under 16.
Get contract?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, 16-2 aggregate pit contract, section 19.
Okay. Any other additions? Okay.
No, not for me. He beat me to it.
Okay.
No, I got nothing.
Okay, I don't have anything at this time.
Yeah, I got a couple culverts.
That will be for, 9. 4.
14.
9.14.
Okay. Okay, hardland pump,
9.15.
bottled water pump. 1915.
Yeah.
Okay. An update on the Scarrow drainage.
9.16. Zero drainage.
Okay, and the graveling road graveling.
9.7. Road gravel.
Or update.
If I may, the road gravel program is 9-10.
But we already
Yeah,
have
there
it.
was
Already something.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. Okay, 9-10.
Perfect.
Okay, good.
Close to every.
Yeah.
All right, administration, any additions?
I just wanted to add the old county signs as an addition to the company on the whole, as a verbal.
Well, it'll be 10.3.
10.3.
Or 0.3, that's pretty good. All right.
10 tweets, right?
Yeah,
10.3.
Okay.
Right, if there is no other additions, can I have somebody make a motion to accept as amended, please?
Sure. I can do that. Mon County Council will adopt the 2020 or August 25, 2026 regular council meeting agenda as amended with the additions.
All right. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Great. All right, we're going to do your hearing.
Yes, thank you. Members who have a reasonable belief that they have a conflict of interest or pecuniary interest as defined in the MGA in any manner before council, any committee or board of council or commission or agency to which they are appointed as a representative to council shall, if present, declare and disclose the general nature of the conflict of interest or pecuniary interest prior to any discussion of the matter. Abstain from discussions and voting on any question relating to the matter. Members of council or committee shall remove themselves from the meeting room except as described in the Municipal Government Act until the matter is concluded. The minutes shall indicate the declaration of disclosure, the general nature of conflict or pecuniary interest, the time at which the member has left the room, and the time the member returned. Thank you.
All right, moving on to adoption of the minutes. We've had time to go over our agenda packages. Anybody seen any errors or omissions?
No.
Okay, can I have somebody make a motion to accept this presented, please?
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the August 11th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. So we have two delegations coming in, the one, neither one of them are here. We are a little bit early.
We're all-
5 minutes early, so do we wanna move on to follow-up action plan? Cause we have no bylaws, we can come back to when delegations are ready. Okay, so we will go to 8.1, follow-up action report.
Freeman Council, this is the current action item list for you to review. The light gray fields are marked as complete, and the dark gray fields show ongoing items. If you have any questions or concerns, please let us know. We're hoping to answer any questions you might have.
This one would be kind of ask for your heart, and I do this one.
Yeah, that's part of
Is
this.
32. Oh,
Yeah. I can say we finally received the pump, it showed up at our, distributor, it came fully assembled, we don't have room on site to store it. So they're gonna hold it, for us, and we are gonna be working with Strathcona County, probably next week to change out the programming and the valve controls to increase the pump speed on the Heartlands, 2-inch truck.
So we do have the pump is,
The pump is at our distributor, yes.
so where are we gonna store it?
It's too large to store on site fully assembled, so. Working with them to disassemble it and keep it on site, or they're gonna hold it for us, at no cost. It was supposed to come in pieces and it came fully assembled.
Well, that's good, no.
Yeah.
If they're gonna store it without charges in.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, they have our old pump, that they were using for parts to repair things, so they've been very gracious with holding our stuff for us at no cost.
And we're working on starting next week kind of thing.
We're trying to raise the Strathcona County operator and they're gonna come out and then we'll go through the program.
Just so we're ahead of harvest kind of thing.
So, but we do have the pump is in there, they're gonna turn that pressure up and this is fair.
Yeah, this is the spare, so that if something happens, then we have a spare, we can put in, within a matter of getting it up pieces on site. So.
Okay, good, so we can delete it on
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's started.
We don't override and we don't.
And the gravel one, so everything that's for good.
Yeah.
Anybody else? If we're really. No. Obviously, dust controls, we're not really doing too much.
We haven't done the second round of dust controls, it's starting to dry out. If this hot weather continues, then we are going to start, but if it starts raining again, it may be is it, part of the budget that we save a lot on this year.
Yeah. Other questions or concerns? Mr. Malcolm?
Question, just a brief update on my favorite concept one.
Oh. That is still in the process. I think there have been some developments that they do not include Lamont County. However, we are as an observer. So we have to unfortunately be patient and cannot do anything at this time.
Number 44. Or 43, sorry.
Yeah, we talked about that on September 8th.
Oh.
So we have done the preliminary work with the administration side on the province, and we're ready to move forward with that one. So,
All right, anybody else? If not, if somebody make a motion, we take it as information. Please.
That the Lamont County Council accepted a follow-up action item report for August 25th, 2026 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Carried. All right, Centennial Grant.
Next, as the,
Oh,
the
you-
mitigation, Mr. Smith?
Okay, okay, we'll go back. We'll go back to Mr. Smith.
Hello.
We have some information on page 18 on the agenda for this delegation.
Hello, Mr. Smith, welcome to the meeting this morning.
Good morning.
My name is Aaron Wick, I'm the Reeve of Lamont County, council is all here today. We usually give, for a delegation, we usually give about 15 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions and answers if you need that much time. So welcome to the meeting and go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. I got put onto an airplane this morning. I've got 10 minutes. That's all I have. And then they're going to be boarding me. We had an issue at a work site. So I'll make this real quick, my friends. My name is Ernest Smith, and I appreciate the opportunity to present this proposal regarding the abandoned property located at Township Road 562 East, Range Road 184 in the St. Michael area. This property is much more than a vacant parcel of land in my family. My mother and her husband lived in St. Michael for over 40 years. My sister's been over there for almost 25, and I've owned property there for over 20 years. Over the years, this property has fallen into disrepair, and now it contains an abandoned dwelling and accumulated debris that detracts from the surrounding community and creates concerns related to safety, appearance, and property maintenance. Rather than following the property to continue to dilapidate or deteriorate, my family and I are prepared to invest our time, effort, and resources to restore it. Basically, the house itself is ready to fall down. The barn that's there is already falling down, and the basement is actually full of water all the way up to the top. Is it worthwhile me going through all this, or did you folks actually read this? I hate to waste your time.
Yeah, no, we've read it.
You don't miss your plane, give her.
Yeah, you don't miss your plane, yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. So essentially, we just want to take it over. And if this goes well, and if the hotel, I'm sure you guys all know about the St. Michael Hotel. I own the property
Yeah.
right beside it. I bought the old co-op, cleaned that all up. If this goes well with this and you guys decide to do that, I'm going to probably do this exact same thing for the hotel if somebody doesn't come along and pick it up. That hotel is so dangerous. Anyway, I'm not talking about that. But if this goes through, I'd be glad to take this and clean this all up. So yeah, let me know how this all goes. They're calling me. I am so sorry. This is probably not the norm for you folks. You guys have a wonderful day, okay?
We'll talk to you again.
Have a
Thank you.
safe trip.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll take his as information.
So what does he want to do then?
So what we have is we have their doing enforcement because it's been for a while, and that's remember the other basement was open, so they did do the fencing around the property.
Yeah.
He's just asking pretty much for more time just to make sure that they can do it themselves instead of incurring more costs.
Okay, but they got the basement, open basement fenced off?
Yeah.
So the safety concerns are.
Yeah,
So
they can that.
if they're willing.
so
to give up a little bit
I
of time.
noticed on Marketplace, they have that building that's for sale, but it
really just needs to go.
yeah, so they are in the process of doing it, so I think they're just looking for a little lenience towards. Timeline.
If it's not a safety concern, now they got the basement fenced off.
Well, they've already made some pretty good.
These are two separate properties. So this is the property to the west of the truck bill that he's requesting.
He said one was a barn.
No, so if you, so this is the county owned property west of the water station. That is for sale through taxpayers. So this is the county owned property that he's requesting. This would be directly to the east of the St. Michael home.
Is that about a barn and he mentioned a barn and a house that.
No, if this is, yeah, so this is off of 562 west of, the intersection of 19 and Gilmore. Would you like to throw it up?
And that one is
Yeah.
listed with the Realtor already.
Yeah, if you don't mind bringing
Yeah,
that
it was,
up.
I
I was
was under
confused.
the assumption it's that other property with the house and the barn and everything.
Yeah,
I would suggest
So he-
to let us prepare a report for the next meeting and then we can get into detail.
yeah, maybe
on this property.
we should do
Let's
that.
see if you can kick it on you real quick, just so we.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could put our eyes on the property.
Because I know
He's not the one I was thinking then.
No,
And he mentioned the house and the barn and.
Well, I know there's another one that's a basement only there. Yeah, I guess that's the one. Cause I was thinking it was the one with the house and
He said,
right next door.
he said the house was, came in.
yeah,
Yeah, and a barn.
So this is the water station. This is the property he's requesting. So there's an old house and there's an old shop. in the back.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, cause the one that we were thinking is the one that's just so
And the
right
one-
there.
The one
Yeah.
that's sold, my understanding is that a third party is working to purchase that from the government.
oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the one, so it's right next door, but
Yeah.
It's right along the back alley.
And that's county owned right now.
So he wants to buy it and then clean it up, or what's the?
Did he have to go?
As included in his proposal, he's asking to take responsibility for cleanup and demolition of the house and receive ownership.
For the cleanup.
he's looking to do the work, clean it all up, if he can have problem.
So we do have that one listed. If that's the one he's talking about, we have that one listed to the Realtor.
What's
The
that one first?
process with, well, we have it, I believe it's 50,000. The process would be to make the offer through the Realtor. And then if he wants it for $1, then he can put in the offer and council would then bring that, we would bring that forward to council to consider it, so.
I do like the idea that he could possibly get rid of the old hotel.
We'll be discussing that one at the next meeting.
Yeah.
That's
It's a little too close.
Okay, so why don't we do that then? We'll have administration come back to us with a report and we'll maybe advise him that the best thing to do is talk to the Realtor to go through it
Yes,
Yeah.
and make the proposal through the Realtor.
yes.
We'll get that to him right away, so that,
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
email him after the meeting.
Perfect.
Can you please change the recommendation, accept the presentation from Ernest Smith on the property demolition and clean up in St. Michael as information and direct administration to prepare a report regarding this property. This property, yeah. Thank you. Is that in council's interest?
Somebody want to make that motion, please?
Sure. Lamont County Council accept the presentation from Ernest Smith on the property demolition and cleanup in St. Michael as information and direct administration to prepare a report regarding this property.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah, very.
Thank you.
All right, we're still a little bit ahead of time for our next delegation, so we will skip further up. We'll move on to new business. All right, the Centennial Scholarship Grant.
Just gonna see if Mr. Andrea will continue with us. The Region Council, we had the Centennial Scholarship Grant committee meeting this morning before a regular council. And there she.
We're a bit ahead of days, sorry, yeah. We're waiting on the delegation.
And this grant is presenting an opportunity for students to apply for as a special education grant from council. And it shows that council supports residents and higher, and anybody that pursues higher education coming from high school. Which we hope to, increase the quality of studies and quality of living. And Mr. Dare is here to tell us more, because he knows everything.
Thank you, Ms. Benoit. Read members of council. This morning, the Centennial Scholarship Committee met to review 6 applications from local youth within the county. The applicants were all very strong this year, high academic achievement, a lot of activity in the community, and all looking to further their education through certified post-secondary education. And out of that committee meeting came 2 individuals that have been put forward for recommendation to receive $1,000 each under the Centennial Scholarship. And those names are.
Those names are.
Do you want me to tell you?
Councilor Annika, would you like to present the names?
Amber McKay. And Carmen Fossum.
Can you type that in the resolution? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Fossum, FOSSUM. What?
We have it on screen for you now. Let's see.
Cameron.
We had 7 applications. 6, right.
We have 6 slides here.
6 applications.
Nice, that's better. It's good to see because we haven't seen much of that for a while.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, well, congratulations, ladies. You both have $1,000 towards your education extra.
That one's Cameron or Carmen?
Cameron.
Yeah.
Right.
I should say congratulations to their parents. They have $1,000 less than they have.
The process for council then would be, we will follow up in the community services department to ensure that both are, provide confirmation of enrollment. At which time we will work with administration to schedule a further council meeting in the near future to invite both applicants to attend to officially receive publicly their sponsorship.
Okay, perfect. All right, any other questions or concerns for? Right.
May I add that they were all very impressive applications, and it was really, really hard to choose because there are incredible individual students in Lamont County that basically had all deserved an award for their achievements in school and on the volunteering in community engagement. So we had to choose 2, and the committee chose the 2 candidates that are presented here.
Good.
Okay, any idea what they're taking, doctors or vets or?
Officially, Amber is laboratory and x-ray technology at NATE. And Cameron is going to Grant McEwen for a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Biology.
Good.
Okay, Roy made the motion. Does all in favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Carried. Perfect. Like I said, congratulations again, ladies. So we will move on to 9.2, community halls and transportation grant approval.
Yes, thank you. Recent council, we are asking for your approval for the community halls and transportation grant. This was previously discussed in closed session, I believe. As Lamont County Council has committed to provide support to community organizations and volunteer groups that contribute to the health, well-being, and social development of the community and the quality of life for its residents. In our report, you see there are many different societies and community clubs and groups that have applied for this grant. And No, would you like to, that is where there's.
Just an addendum, and we had sent out, I had sent out some information to Ms. Benoit prior that we did receive one final application after the deadline. So after we met in closed session, a final application did come in, a previous successful applicant for the Ukrainian Catholic Parish of Spaza. Under some investigation, we found that there was some changes in address and individuals involved, so that it means so that their application was delayed. It was the one that we were missing out of the previous applications. So it is up to council to add their approval to the list of previously reviewed. The rest of the list is everything that was discussed and agreed to in closed session with no changes.
Okay,
I have no problem with that, you know.
Absolutely, yeah, if they were on there last year.
Yeah.
Let them
Yeah,
have
they're
it
not
this
doing
year.
it.
And we also know that a lot of these, most of these societies, these are all run by unpaid volunteers.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, for sure.
I can do that thing.
Okay,
You gonna add them to the last
they're on it.
new name, or they're on the list already?
yeah,
They're on the.
yeah, do that.
Okay, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to disperse 2026 Community Hall and Transportation Grants as follows. Andrew Rainbow Club, $2,000. Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary Ukrainian Catholic Parish, $2,000. Maritime Agriculture Society, $2,000. Chip and Golden Seniors Club, $2,000. Holy Ascension Rusko Greek Orthodox, $2,000. Holy Trinity Orthodox Church of Sunland Hall, $2,000. Ivan Franco Educational Society, $2,000. Lamont District Ag Society, $2,000. Lamont Seniors Transportation Committee, $2,000. Tim Dramanko, sorry for buggering up the name, Moscow Hall Literary Society, $2,000. Same thing, Dramanko. Recreation Society, $2,000. Mundare Seniors Club, $2,000. Ross Creek Community Hall, $2,000. Scarrow National Hall, $2,000. Jaroslaw Community Center, $2,000. St. James Rusko Greek Orthodox Hall, $2,000. St. Michael Community District Ag Society, $2,000. The Educational Society of Vostok, $2,000. Ukrainian National Society of Delft, $2,000. Zahoda Community Center, $2,000. Ukrainian Catholic Parish of Spasa, $2,000. You want me to repeat it?
Yeah. we can go over that.
Yeah.
All right, any questions or concerns? Nope. All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Gary.
Thank you very much. 9.3, Coffee Talk, public engagement follow-up. So there's a list that you can see. Mine is next Tuesday or Wednesday, third. So, I think the only two that haven't been brought forward yet are Mr. Naka and Mr. White's times, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what to think here, but go over, but, maybe in a week or two.
Yeah, I don't know if October is gonna work, but we got for our area, gonna be a late harvest, and even the people on acres and stuff too, they're all gonna be scrambling to get ready for winter, so. I'm going more into November, but we'll come up with a date.
We might not, we just wanted to bring this report forward to make public aware that the coffee talks are coming. We have some appointments available already, and the other two ones are coming forward in the future.
Perfect. And you guys are okay with your 2 dates?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm good with mine, so I will be there. And if there's no question or concerns, someone wanna make a motion that we take that as information, please.
Sure, Lamont County Council accept the Coffee Talks public engagement follow-up as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah. Carried.
That'll be continued.
Oh,
All right, we will go back to you.
But
6.2, Alberta Industrial Heartland Association.
they're also on one.
Yeah, for a minute, I'll introduce everybody.
Yeah.
You can ask. Then you guys can, yeah, we'll start off when we camera for you too.
Hey, guys.
Right in the very front. We'll get you right in the very front, right here. Yep. Right in the spotlight.
Okay, nice to see you. How do you see you? This room echoes, so. So better when you're sitting there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flamondon and Mr. Howe for coming in. I'll do a quick introduction.
Deputy Reeve, Councillor Neil Whitis, Division 5, I'm on west end of the county, against the county of Strathcona and up to the river. So basically from the park north and up to the river.
These are Mr. Hartline.
Yeah, the Heartland game.
I know each other, we've known each other, and Aaron Wick, I'm Reeve of Lamont County, on the southwest corner of the county. So, welcome.
Gerald Turowski, I'm Division 1 Counselor, the southeast end of the county.
And there you go.
Right there area, sorry.
John Huguenes, I am Division 3, kind of central to the north in between him and him, so.
Brian, I'm the council division 4, that's the northeast corner, the Andrew area.
And I think you met Christiane. Christiane. Perfect. So,
I'm Mark Lamont, Executive Director of Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association, and David Howe, Manager of Strategic Projects.
perfect. Perfect. I think what we were looking for today is just some information on, some maybe updates of our water contract. And, just to make sure everything's going in the right direction so that we can make sure the process is moving forward. Just some general information, I think that maybe I couldn't provide enough. We were trying to make sure that we don't have misinformation, so.
Sure, absolutely.
It's perfect.
So we'll provide the general comments, and then of course wide open for questions, and we'll try to answer as best we can.
So current status of the water agreement, we have entered year 3 of our deal with the provincial government and actually successfully acquired the year 3 funds. So that would put us just over halfway of actually expending the funds for the water grant across the 3 municipalities. So far, all 3 municipalities have met the conditions for funds for year 1 and year 2, so about $20 million total. Sorry, but that's split 3 ways.
Just talk about the water grant agreement, just some more background for everybody.
Sure. Sure. So the water grant agreement, how this all came about, comes through the designated industrial zone project. The designated industrial zone project was a project that was promised in the last mandate for the Conservative government prior to Danielle Smith's current government. It was Jason Kenney's promise. It was put together through a series of ministries. Largely, it's run by Alberta Environment Protected Areas. Essentially, the goal was to create pre-approved industrial zones in the province. Current law in the province doesn't allow for pre-approval, and so what we've created is this system of regulatory streamlining and cluster infrastructure, and that's the important part for this one. That ameliorates development timelines and provides support essentially for industrial development in this cluster. In recognition that this is the largest industrial cluster in Alberta and in Canada. Part of that process was looking at different infrastructure deficiencies for cluster infrastructure opportunities. Cluster infrastructure meaning multiple users using a single piece of infrastructure to both create better cost advantages for them and to minimize impact on the environment from built structures. And one of those opportunities was water. Essentially, the condition that had existed in the heartland for some time was a 15-year moratorium on new intake infrastructure in the water, or in the river, excuse me. And so what had emerged was a system of water trading, essentially. So users were taking allocations from existing intakes and working on short-term contract bases to acquire some of that water for their processes. In addition, there was a single open access system that was providing commercial water to new entrants. However, it was identified early on in this process that that water was being given at an uneconomical rate. It was kind of stifling future growth as a consequence of that. And so in 2022, AIHA and AEPA commissioned a Stantec study that designed a regional water system. This study was very, it's open access. It's available on the Alberta government's designated industrial zone website for anybody to see. It looks at not only river health, but existing draws and allocations in this whole region. And then measures the total river volume or water volume in the river flowing through here versus those total allocations, and then the actual known stated use. During that process, it was discovered that the water in the river is bountiful. Actually, we have plenty of water in this water basin to accommodate pretty substantial industrial growth. The second part of the study looked at potential growth curves for water use in the region based on historical trends. And so at that point, the study also designed or conceptualized 4 new intakes across the designated industrial zone that would serve water deficient areas or areas where there wasn't currently water infrastructure. As a result of that study, we got AEPA to change the policy allowing new water intakes because essentially the data backed up that claim that we were making that there was enough water and that we needed it for economic growth. And so that policy was changed. We also then acquired a second grant from AEPA for $1.5 million to design the intakes, one for each. We designed 3 intakes at that point. Actually, we did design 4, but the 4th one is a little bit further along in the process, or a little less far along in the process, excuse me. But we designed the 3 intakes that we're currently constructing. At the same time, we got a second grant from Jobs, Economy and Trade. At the time, it didn't have the I in it. And that grant was to look at potential ownership and operation structures for the water intakes across the designated industrial zone. The initial Stantec study had suggested a few. When we canvassed at the time the collective CAOs of the municipalities, the one that seemed to be the best opportunity was a multi-municipal corporation, MCC in this case. And so with close coordination of all the CAOs and using the funds from Jobs, Economy and Trade, we commissioned MNP and Brownlee to design and sort of model out what a utility corporation would look like across the 3 intake locations. Ultimately, the MCC idea did not materialize. Several of the municipalities involved decided or thought that it would be best to try and pursue these opportunities on their own. At the same time, we had been working on those design packages and also working with AEPA to put together a prospective grant opportunity to actually fund the construction of the water intakes as a result of that. So those were concurrent processes. And what happened was they designed the initial grant application and therefore the grant around the idea that there was an MCC or a collective ownership structure across the intakes. When that didn't materialize, the grant was a little bit in jeopardy, but we managed to save the grant by arguing successfully that AIHA is essentially the MCC without some of the other ownership and legal structures, but the general intention is the same for collective economic development across the region and to utilize cluster infrastructure open opportunities to enhance economic development in the region. So we were successful in acquiring grants, still $50 million. The grant itself has several goals. The primary goal is linked entirely to the Stantec water study, which is to provide new water capacity to underserved areas in the region. And that's a key objective, and might differ from some of the other things that have been discussed. The new water capacity is important because ultimately that initial study looked at the total water volume that's being drawn from the river and said, no, we actually need to double it over the next 25 years if we're going to get new facilities and accelerate growth in the region. Just as a consequence, the water infrastructure itself, going through the regulatory process and building that cuts somewhere between a year and 2 years off of the development timeline and can really ameliorate the chance of getting FID essentially for a new facility. So that's the goal here. When we designed the intakes, we did a capital cost estimate. Unfortunately, we've had massive inflation in the last 6 years, so that was really difficult. And APA was only willing to cover about 33% of the total capital cost of the intakes. And that was at a specious time when we had done the capital cost estimates. Since we've uncovered that the capital costs have increased fairly substantially for some of the intake locations compared to the initial estimate. We're seeing one of the projects as
3 intakes.
Yeah, 3 intakes. One of the projects that's going forward right now, the furthest one that's advanced is actually seeing a little bit less on the second capital cost estimate that they've done for their intake. There've been a little bit of changes to that project, so it's still possible that the capital is somewhere in between estimates 1 and 2. But those are the types of conditions we're dealing with. And so year 1, we achieved $2.5 million just to start the engineering and design. We split that 3 ways equally. It was agreed to by the CAOs that we would split all funds equally instead of proportionally.
Between Strathcona, Sturgeon, and Lamont.
That's correct. And then there's some other conditions that were applied to the contract as a result of that. But the intent of the general agreements is such. So we have the AIHA has the only agreement with the province of Alberta, the Crown, to build the infrastructure and to monitor the grant administration. So there are conditions that we have that every year allow us to release the funds to municipality. And then there's reporting requirements that are then issued to the municipalities as a consequence of that. There are also additional deliverables that AIHA is responsible for. Ultimately, because it was designed with the MCC in mind, there's not specific individual criteria applied per municipality. It's a general criteria applied across the system for the 3 intakes. And so the criteria, the ultimate deliverable for year 5 of the grant from AIHA to the government of Alberta is the construction and operation of at least one of the intake facilities. The second agreement is between AIHA and each municipality. All of these agreements are the exact same. Those agreements do not have the same deliverable at the end. They still have the same objective, which is to build the system as designed. And in pursuit of that objective, building the intake infrastructure is an acceptable intermediary term. However, there's a loose commitment to build the ultimate total system when users come. The 5th-year deliverable in the municipal contracts with AIHA is limited to showing us status updates of the intake construction and ensuring us that the process is still ongoing. So defined difference between the agreement between AIHA and the government of Alberta versus each individual municipality. And the intent there was to provide flexibility. At the outset of this, it was sort of recognized that it's unlikely that all 3 municipalities will be able to build the whole intake infrastructure system and water distribution system in the 5-year term of the grant. One, that's a lot of additional water volume per project, for instance, that we were expecting in the 5-year term. And 2, it's a lot of capital to lay out right away. So we were trying to purposely design the grant agreements so that there was flexibility in how that can be adjusted. Okay, so again, current update status, we're on year 3. 1 municipality out of the 3 has actually achieved the terms for year 3, so they're proceeding with construction this year. The other 2 municipalities, Lamont being one of them, are in basically the same spot where they've got an engineering ready design and haven't kicked off construction yet.
Okay. So that's where we are right now. We got it designed and ready to tender it out or whatever.
I don't know the exact status of your design, but I believe that that is where you're at, I think.
Yeah, we're ready to tender at this one. And we'll be bringing a report to the next meeting as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just have a couple of quick questions I think would help clarify. So we are compliant with so far what you require from us to keep moving forward.
Yes, there was, we had created a third-party financial oversight this year. And I think there was a little bit of miscommunication on the accumulation of documents in that. Ultimately, though, we submitted everything correctly and the government has indicated that we're all within good standing for this year. So.
Okay. And then I think another question that we were kind of, so for a total commitment, how long after the process starts, would it take, if we were to build the intake, how long do we have until a proponent comes to help with capital is kind of what we're looking at to make sure we can build the rest of the system. Does the government have a system or a process in place where we need to have the rest of the system built within a certain amount of time range? That's, I think that's what we're kind of.
I think you're going on a timeline, not like, how much time do we have before, we're in trouble with the government for building it?
There's nothing in any agreement that defines that.
Oh, okay.
Again, the only deliverable that we agreed to is the construction and operation of a single intake across the three.
Of one of the three, right?
Yeah.
You gave me the background with the intent of the spur was this was one company, having three intakes, but it's not, it's now three intakes. So the grant agreement with us is one of those has to be up, then offtake and operational.
Yeah.
So obviously, it's a little bit loose in that respect, because it doesn't define which one, and we have three individual municipalities. That's the best that we could do with the shifting landscape at the time when the grant agreement was intended for a municipally controlled corporation that was owned by the municipality.
So if one is running, we're in compliance then.
We're in compliance with the agreement, correct?
And just to be clear, it's AIHA that is in compliance. Lamont County does not have the same direct responsibility for that.
Well, I think we just want to make sure that we're not going to be that one that is withholding or being negligent on any kind of contract, right? So, because and we've kind of discussed this a couple of times. We understand if say the intake is built and we're still waiting to finish the rest of the system to a proponent. We understand we would be costs of maintenance, security, upkeep, all the other stuff, right? So we're just, I think all we were looking for was just some clarification from you fellas both, just to know that we were going in the right direction.
So there is still risk in building it with no off-taker.
Yeah.
Definitely, I think you've identified that, but as long as you're pursuing the objective of the grant agreement or the funding agreement in this case, which is to build the infrastructure, that's where the loose commitment comes in to build the rest.
Yeah.
So the wording, sorry to interrupt, the wording in the grant is the water intake, right?
That's correct. It's limited to the intake itself.
It's some.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was actually also in that.
So then after the intake and on there, it's a totally different volume, right?
Yeah, so the system as designed is the intake, the pipeline, and the reservoir system. And then any pipe to serve a user out of the reservoir.
That's worded in the grant.
Yeah, I mean, the intent, of course, from the government's providing funding and for all of us was that it's supporting water provision to industry. So nobody wants to build an intake, just sit there and do nothing. Nobody does. So the long run objective, of course, for everybody is to get the infrastructure all the way to a new facility. In this case, because the way the grant is worded and unsafe progress in other municipalities, good probability that you get to that end game first in one of the other municipalities, which then meets our commitment as AIHA and really gives, I'm going to say, a little more flexibility, loose flexibility in terms of when you complete that final leg of your system.
So that makes sense. So as it stands now, the whole heartland, all three counties and all the municipalities, we're kind of on a shortage of processed water. Like, is it we don't have a real big abundance right now, do we? For what you guys have the books or what you think might be coming?
So, a couple of comments. The first, Lamont has always had the challenge with getting river water, non-industrial processed water, and so that's certainly Lamont is underserved from that perspective. Other parts of the heartland have intakes in proximity, but those allocations are allocated to specific companies, and that led to the need to sort of negotiate. And some companies, if they're looking at a growth profile, they don't want to provide their allocation to somebody else. And so we were in a bit of a constrained environment in the heartland from a water provision standpoint and from a competitiveness standpoint. And that sort of underpinned the whole concept of a grant to get additional water. So there's no shortage of water, to be clear. Like there's so much water in the North Saskatchewan River. It was the infrastructure and the allocations available for new entrants. And a number of years ago, 5 years ago, when we were looking at all this, there's lots of opportunity around hydrogen into ammonia for export.
Water intensive, water.
Yeah, and the current opportunities may look different in terms of the end product being produced, but the need for water is still the same. Water infrastructure.
That's
There's plenty of water.
Water in general, but that.
Water infrastructure.
Ultimately, we're trying to reduce those barriers to development. You have additional infrastructure requirements in the millions of dollars and a couple of extra years of regulatory in front of a project because you don't have water at the site, then that's a huge disadvantage.
The whole heartland doesn't want to have a shortage of providing water.
Correct.
Some big plant goes somewhere else, right?
That's exactly it.
Well, we do have a couple of proponents that are here or companies that are here that would utilize it, but just don't have the ability to pay that capital help, what the capital fund that for, right? So as soon as we've got that and we've got it tendered at least, it shows the industry, yep, we're moving forward, we're still progressing forward. Like the little train that could.
Yeah.
We're working at it and we're coming through, but.
Yeah, and it's always easier, of course, if you have an anchor tenant that's taking a good portion of the offtake. In the absence of that, it's more challenging, and certainly understand that. But I think the flexibility and timelines will likely be there given what we're seeing progress elsewhere.
Well, we believe in our planning and development and our economic development guys. They're out there giving us, so
Sure.
doing a good job of making sure we're getting people coming in, so. We appreciate you coming in. Any questions for?
No, honestly, I think they answered everything I had a question about, so.
So we have a presentation coming next week and it'll be set up for tender and start moving forward that way, but all we were just looking for was, you guys hold the contract and we just wanted to make sure that everybody's compliant so far to.
Some reassurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. So perfect. I'm happy to come out anytime. Honestly, let us know. We're happy to come out on any topic.
Yeah.
This or what's going on in our land in general.
Yeah.
Happy to do that.
That's perfect. Appreciate you guys very much coming out, spending your time. I know you're getting ready to go on a trip.
Yeah. Well, always.
On a road.
Well, thank you for the invitation. And
Thank you very much for.
again, we're happy coming in tonight and hopefully our comments were helpful.
Very.
Thanks for clearing everything up for us.
You're very welcome.
Longer of a drive than it was for a presentation, so.
Thanks.
Thank you guys very much. Have a great day. All right. 6.2, somebody want to make a motion, we take their business information, please.
The Lamont County Council accept the update on the water intake project grant from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, Mark Palomden and David Howe as information.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. This one here, 9.4, I think is one that people wanted to hear about quite a bit. So we are gonna considerations for declaration of agricultural disaster.
Yes, Regional Council, this item was brought forward to respond for input from local residents and agricultural businesses. Lamont County is monitoring crop conditions following this year's amount of precipitation and summer storms. As we all know, we had an over average amount of precipitation and producers in Lamont County have reported lower than average crops of canola, corn, oats, peas, and wheat. Excessive moisture in the county has made it difficult to access fields in some areas. The current warming weather may allow some fields to recover. We have an attached graphic that is at the end of the information. If you see, it shows the amount of moisture within the boundaries of Lamont County. As by AFSC was and Alkaline higher and Mundare higher and Ross Creek higher as that's average. And municipalities follow guidelines by rural municipalities of Alberta on declaring a municipal agricultural disaster. This is what we have this report today. The guidelines from the rural municipality are attached. Municipalities of Alberta to declare an agricultural disaster. Usually, the agricultural servicemen are calculating the total amount of total percentage of crops. If they are 25 to 50% poorer than average, then it is called a pending disaster. If they're 50% or higher than average, the loss of crop, then it's a definite disaster. We think that by observation, if the weather conditions remain normal or below normal, Lamont County's overall crop loss will not exceed 50%. And therefore would not be defined as a disaster. But from what I have heard from council, there are some areas that are at that 50% mark of loss of crop. And residents and farm businesses have been asked to declare disaster, an agricultural disaster. So to declare if a municipality declares an agricultural disaster, it doesn't mean that automatic funding will be disposed of from the province. It just makes the province aware that there is a need and the crops are poorer than on average. And we're here for council to decide if the council wants to declare a state of agricultural disaster.
Okay, any questions or concerns or updates you guys would like to have, mention? Comments?
Island's been finally got flooded out stuff in there are some crops, but how they're gonna get to them and stuff, it's gonna be a real difficult fall for everybody. Whether it's hay or crops and pastures and everything else, so.
Yeah, I think at this point, that's to me, how are you gonna get them off?
Yeah.
Like, how are you even gonna get in there to get them off?
Some are waiting for frost and frozen dirt, but with that usually snows, so yeah, we're really hoping for a miracle.
Well, one of the things I think we didn't really take into consideration is, so I actually just got another one right as we were talking about this, and I must be watching council meeting. We have just within about 3 mile radius of me, I have 2 apiaries and another one by Chipman, and there's one in St. Michael, there's one up by Andrew, these guys have all said that they would support an ag disaster. The amount of canola loss on their bees, the amount of weather that kept them from flying. This year, the apiaries are in bad shape. So we're not just talking crops or road damage. A lot of them couldn't get into the fields even to put hives out or to retrieve hives that were to be retrieved. So that's one of the other things to consider. I wish that they didn't worry so much about crop loss at this point in time. They worry about the access to the crops is what we need. We have a delegation in right now that's here. Or a member of public. The water damage is hindering economic development even in areas that are flooded. So there's no access to the land. So the crops might be doing fantastic on the hill over here, but the rest of it that's washed out in the bottom of the field is the amount of loss you're gonna have is the amount of gain. Sure, you might be a bumper crop for 25 acres, but you got 35 or 40 underwater. How do you call that as a good crop? So I think that's what it's up to council to decide if you want to declare and go from there.
We got, in our place, 33 inches of rain total, not to mention the snow and the real wet snow we had, and then, we got up between Wostock and Hilliard. One farm there is at 38 inches and another one just a little bit further west is at 34 inches, so, the whole county, had lots. Well, it started all the heavy snow, wet snow, and it never stopped, so it's like 40, 50 inches, so. A lot of people, like I said, they got a crop, but how are they gonna get to it without the ground being frozen, so. I think my opinion is we do this and hopefully, they can get some help, maybe it'll even, financial institutions look at it differently.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is you may not get any funding, but what every one of the farmers I've talked to says it gives them the ability, if they have loans or if they have payments, they can maybe do a deferral system with it because it shows a recognition that there was an issue of trying to get crops off. Right? So, I mean, I think I'm in support of making a declaration, but that's just my own opinion, so.
Well, I'm in support of it as well.
Yeah, I'm in support of declaring ag disaster. A lot of those crops are, I'm thinking, 20 or 30% of normal, you know. And even that access to some of those areas where there's a little bit, it's very limited, so. I don't know what the answer is, some of the areas that are flooded because there's a high point and there's a lot of water crosses that, but it's got no way of going back, so. There are probably implications that are gonna be around for next spring's seeding also, so. Yeah, I'm in favor of supporting.
I have a number of calls on it also, and like I said, looking out there, there is not much in some of the fields left, so I'm in favor of it also.
Okay, so
have
anybody wants to make? We wanna go with.
Sorry, we have that, alternative 2.
Yeah.
On page 23 on the screen.
Just before, just might be out of place, but how, I was just sitting here listening to you guys and thinking, how about temporary approaches into some of this land, cause I drove around about that. I don't know if I can get through the ditch into some of my hayland, cause I sure can't get across one spot, so how about temporary approaches? This, all this, allow people to get into the crops.
You want the county to pay for them or?
Well, I don't know, I mean,
Allow them to do it.
it's just a thought. Figured out.
Okay, so how about if we discuss that, we'll go to a break here in the next little bit, we'll discuss it with you, cause I'd like to. Have Darby here also, just to give us some clarification on some things before we even put it to public, and then we got all kinds of driveways going into, we're not supposed to, right? Appreciate that, though. So we have a motion up on the board there.
You guys are happy with that? I can read that, so.
So,
Yeah.
You guys are good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lamont County Council is declaring a state of agricultural disaster due to excessive moisture during the 2026 growing season and authorize the REIT to sign a letter to notify Alberta Minister of Agricultural and Irrigation, Tara Sawyer, rural municipalities of Alberta, President Kara Westerland, and the Agricultural Financial Services Corporation.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Period. All right. All signs of paperwork. Yeah, let's come back at 20 after, we'll do a recess till 20 after.
Audio.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the August 25th regular council meeting. We will keep chugging forward here. We are on 9.5 Ag for Life annual support.
Yes, we've been council. Unfortunately, our agricultural field and saving app couldn't be here today. That's why I'm representing this report, which came up from the ASB meeting on August 12th. A resolution was made that the Lamont County Agricultural Service Board approved the request for a donation for $2,500 to Act for Life to be funded under the 2026 budget. Agriculture for Life, or Act for Life, is a charitable nonprofit associated with agriculture in the classroom, or AITC Canada-wide. Its goal is to educate Albertans about agricultural role in feeding the world as it relates to food security, environment and climate change, economic diversification, innovation, careers, and sustainability, while building public trust along the entire value chain. Teaching children in schools about farming and ranching is vital for building understanding between agricultural producers and non-farming Albertans. And if you have ever known some city kids that all of a sudden learn where the state really comes from, this agricultural education program is highly appreciated also amongst city people. And
Talking about the different help from brown cows.
exactly. So the Agricultural Service Board is asking council to approve the $2,500 funding out of the 2026 budget.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? No, we usually, we supported all the time anyway, and it's good advertisement, just so the kids know where their stuff comes from. You don't just see a yellow field and realize that's not margarine in the end, or fuel or whatever. But so we want to make that motion.
I move that Lamont County Council approve $2,500 donation to Ag for Life funded under the 2026 ASB budget.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yes.
Carries. All right, we have some policies to go through here.
Yes, we would also, these policies come also from the Agricultural Service Board meeting on August 12th. And the ASB meeting would like council to approve the following policy. The fever flood control, fever dam flood control policy is the first 6070. And this is an update for 2026.
These are all discussed at our actors board meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how they ended up here.
Yeah. So it's all the questions and stuff are done, and we have any more.
All right, so we can go on to the recommendations if you want to just go 9.6 and somebody wants to start them off.
Sure, Lamont County Council approved certified organic no spray agreement policy 6065.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. The next one.
Lamont County Council approved custom spraying and reverse fence line agreements on private land policy 6057.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Next one, roadside seating.
I move that Lamont County Council approved roadside seating policy 6051.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Carried. Roadside brushing, brush control.
That Lamont County Council approved roadside brush control spraying policy 6052.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. And roadside weed control. I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council approve roadside weed control policy 6061.26. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Thank you, guys. And just so the public knows, ASB committee is pretty much all council and, ag fieldman and assistant ag fieldman. All right, moving on to 9.7, Beaver Dam flood control. 1881, or
Sorry,
8183, sorry.
Regional Council, I just noticed that the 9.6 is not in my printed agenda. I have to check if it's online, otherwise we will enter it into the agenda for everybody to look at the policies.
Okay,
This is actually the Beaver Dam flood control policy
oh,
that was also discussed at the
Yes. yeah. And it is pretty much straightforward. We didn't change anything. It is the same as it was before. We're just making sure that we're compliant with it, so. Somebody wants to make the motion for 6070.26, please.
Sure, Lamont County Council approved Beaver Dam Flood Control Policy 6070.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. 9.8 is another policy. This one is the farming municipal right of way policy, 95.26. Somebody, this was discussed also.
Yeah.
So I move that motion too, please.
I move that Lamont County Council approve farming municipal right of way policy 6095.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah, carries. All right,
There's one more,
yeah, strychnine.
strychnine. Yeah.
All right, policy 73.26. Somebody want to make that motion too, please, or the distribution motion.
Lamont County Council approved distribution of 2% strychnine policy 6073.26.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Just so people know that there is some fairly strict guidelines, so if you plan on doing any strychnine, please get a hold of our ag fieldman and assistant ag fieldman, and they can direct you through the program and the process that you need to be able to apply.
It's not easy, and it's got lots of ways to get big dollar fines, so definitely look into it before you
Start
get started, yeah.
All right, 9.10 graveling program update. Mr. Eats.
Good morning. So as included in the 2026 budget, we plan to spread 56,640 tons across 236 miles of road throughout the county as part of our gravel haul. Additionally, we also budgeted 16,000 tons of gravel for spot patching throughout the county to address localized concerns. However, as a result of the unprecedented amount of rain and spring runoff we've received, we've been working with each grader operator to identify all roads that require graveling to ensure the roads are safe for the public. So as the time of writing this report, approximately a week and a half ago, we had spread 46,499 tons of gravel on 175 miles of road, which is an average of 265 tons per mile. We've also identified additional 84.3 miles of road that will require gravel by the end of the year. Assuming that the remaining 84 miles will be gravelled at the same 265 tons per mile, which is above our usual 240 tons. This will require an additional 22,351, not 223,000, sorry. Which is approximately 12,100 tons more than budgeted for and 23.3 miles more than previously identified. Additionally, we've had to utilize 25,000 tons of gravel for patching purposes, which is 9,000 tons more than budgeted for as well. So factoring the total amount of gravel required so far this year in both the patching and annual haul, Our budgeted gravel for the year was 1.2 million. Our gravel used to date is just under just 1.18 million. So our total cost required in a year is just under 370,000, with a projected gravel haul deficit of $344,000. However, as a direct result of the late spring and summer weather, we've not been able to complete any of the planned re-oiling this year. Because the weather is getting colder, days are getting shorter. It's anticipated that we'll not be able to complete any of this work as it requires consistent multi-day warm weather to dry out each site to complete the work. Because of this, the oiling budget will result in an unspent surplus of just under $500,000 for gravel materials that can be used to offset the required increase in road graveling, which will result in not requiring a transfer from reserve.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
So on page 100, this map shows what is planned and what's been done for this year. Those roads shown in green have been completed as of August 12th. Right now, we're sitting around 75–80% complete as of yesterday. And it's anticipated that we will be done these roads within the next, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks. And if there are any additional roads that need to be done, we can definitely look at doing them. But as shown, we have spent more than we had budgeted for this year because of the issues of weather this year. Once we are complete, we will bring back a full report to council, identifying all the gravel we used, all the money we've had to spend over and above, and where we will be able to find existing funds within the approved budget.
Okay. Well, as everybody's kind of seen, our roads this year, just with the moisture, have kind of gone. We've had some washouts. Lots of gravel has been washed away. We will be, I'm pretty sure next year's goal is to be hopefully trying to reclaim some of it if we can, if it's possible, but just to try to make sure we can reutilize some of our washout areas. But that'll be public works, so do hopefully a presentation later on in the year to see what we can, by the end of the year, hopefully the amount of precipitation that we're not going to get anymore. That'd be great.
Darby, you and I brought up 192 from 573. That's on north side of Scarrow Lake. There's a half mile on 192 from that. 573 is in between. It goes on the north side of the lake. It goes to a farmyard. They're having flooding there, and especially when it's raining, you got to go there twice a day to keep the water out of the basement. And in June I brought it up, and anyways, to add it on, and they look back. It hasn't been gravel for quite a few years. I think it's over 10 years. It's less than half a mile. You see, you guys can catch that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have some patching up in that, and that came up yesterday that we're trying to get to this week. And we're working out of Monday with the haul, but we can move trucks around. We've got our loaders situated throughout the county to deal with the patching, so we can look at trying to complete that.
Yeah, it's 192 from 573. It's on the north side of Sparrow Lake, and it's less than half a mile.
Okay.
And when it rains, it's really greasy in there. They gotta go there because that lake is so high.
Any other questions or concerns about the graveling program?
Did we ever go with 574 there and see if we could fill a few of those low spots?
So we have been in there. The grader was there last week. I asked him to go back again this week to touch it up. I believe we did put some gravel into a couple of small holes while it was still wet. And the plan was to re-gravel it once it dries out. So now that we've got the warm weather, we should be able to re-gravel that road.
Okay, thanks.
And this still doesn't impede on our process for filling and just fixing up the dust abatement stuff. Like we have some pothole filling and
For our coldness patching, that's totally separate. So yeah, our coldness patching is separate from our road oiling budget. So
yeah,
our coldness patching, we've been steady the last couple of weeks on it. We've been intermittent when it was wet.
Yeah.
We've probably we started again last week, and maybe all week here this and next week to get caught up again. If the rains hold off, it should subside a bit, but unfortunately, when it does rain, that's when it gets spongy and starts getting wet. So,
Darby, on 202, that taking the paved road between the two highways. There's, 3 little potholes the size of the cell phone that are, blowing out in the water. It sits there and it's going between the pavement and gravel. There's on, right at 560, just past the corner, and then when you cross the CN tracks, there's 2 or 3 little potholes. We need maybe 6, 7 bales of hot mix. We gotta seal it off with the water sitting there, and it's all going underneath, and it's gonna start blowing the pavement out there.
Yeah, creek can be a soft spot.
Yeah,
I noticed those the other day too.
yeah, they've been open all summer. I brought it up in June and to see if that asphalt place or whatever, when that hot box did 195 for us, we should have hijacked you guys.
Well,
Whatever you guys.
we were in limits, so
Sure.
I thought about it already.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4, the water's getting in there, and it's gonna get to the end, we're gonna have to blow that road up, so. There's a lot of trucks, there and a lot of trucks coming on it in the future, so.
Are we gonna go and rip up many of the oil dust controls that people want them ripped up?
yes, so we did start yesterday with that. So I have one grader that was on the shoulder pull crew that we've shut down for the year. So he started this week, and he's gonna be working on that here in the next few weeks, working through the county.
Okay, I've got a couple locations I want to do.
Is that Chris by chance?
Yes.
He does a good job repping them up, so.
So shoulder pull is over for the year.
Unfortunately, we struggled with it for so long and we have so many other issues to deal with. I've made the call to shut down the shoulder pull. If we have a long extended fall, we may be able to get back into it. But we're trying to get caught up on drainage issues and patching and dealing with the.
So Range Road 164, is that a shoulder pull or is that a maintenance thing or?
So that's where we started with the shoulder pull, redoing that shoulder pull for 574 coming south. We did about 400 or 500 meters of it. If we can get back in there this fall, we will, but likely we'll try again next year to refinish that 4 miles.
So are we gonna do any graveling before winter or?
Yeah, we'll make sure it's possible if it needs to be, certain areas may need to be re-gravelled. We did re-gravel what we did, for the shoulder pull on it. But if we need more gravel in other areas, that are soft, then we'll have to deal with that as well.
Okay. Any other questions or comments or concerns?
Other than that, do we ever grade after we gravel? Like the same day?
So our the grader operator in the area that we're working with, so they go out and they spread the gravel, after it's put road because no truck driver is gonna have to make it perfectly, shoulder to shoulder.
So
So,
I mean, do we leave it for a weekend? I mean, a lot of the roads were never graded after graveling.
it depends on where they are in their beat. Sometimes they've got a couple of roads in their area and they're working 2 operators. Sometimes they're all paid. So they try and go through a couple times and spread it down, so we're not leaving, the piles of the road more than an hour. But they may get there the next day to regrade it, they may be a week later, it depends on, they're trying to ensure their entire area is
Yeah, because
caught up.
they leave that thick spread. It's a surprise when you get to the edge of the road or whatever. I remember some years, Gerald, do you remember, we used to gravel, grade and pack behind.
Yeah.
You know, as you went,
Yeah, I phoned in a couple times in my area, he didn't blade it for the next day, and there was some fairly good hits and stuff where the trucks overlapped and stuff on there, and the operator was out the next day and stuff on there, where I called in and stuff on there, so. I got. Yeah. A little dangerous leaving it for a day or two, and with people driving and stuff on it, the way they drive nowadays on the gravel.
Yeah.
And the trucks cannot always get a perfect spread. Joints usually are where you get the humps and stuff on there, so.
All right, any other concerns? If not, would somebody want to make the motion, please?
Lamont County Council accept the 2026 gravel program update as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 911. 9.11. Snow removal policy update.
Yes, so as council reviewed these private snow removal policy back on April 28th. There were some recommended changes to the policy. So this is bringing back the policy 5100.26 residential snow plowing, as well as 5104 snow and ice clearing. So the recommended changes within policy 5100.26, the private snow removal policy. Clarification that the medical and senior services provided for clearing driveways up to the house, the garage, and propane tanks only. Other outbuildings will not be cleared unless paid for as part of the regular flag program. Clarification that the medical and senior services will be provided for the applicant's primary residence only. Other properties owned by an applicant will not be cleared unless paid for as part of the regular flag program. Inclusion of community organizations, so those being rural churches or halls, and clarification that they will be done only after the successful completion of all medical and senior applicants. As well as clarification that county may deny service where it is identified the damage to either county equipment or private property may occur. Once the issue is corrected, the service will be provided. And the recommended change within policy 5104.26, snow and ice removal. Is removal of the reference to private driveways and community organizations on the snow removal priority sequence, as this is now identified within the private snow removal policy. Council may recall a discussion back in April. Our private snow clearing is done with primarily 2 tractors with blades. The regular road is done with our graders, so we've taken that out of the priority sequence because they're done at the same time. So just make it clear. So attached to this is the existing residential snow plowing policy, as well as the updated policy for 5106. And then the current 5104.22 snow and ice control, and the recommended updated 5104.26.
Okay. Any other questions on the snow removal? If not, just anybody that is doing the medical or seniors. What is the date they need to have that submitted by?
So we would like to have them in prior to November 15th. We are accepting applications now. We started advertising. The sooner they can come in, the better for us. We do try and do the pre-inspections, especially for any new applicants. We want to ensure that we've identified any issues, any landscaping that we need to avoid. So the sooner the better. Council not made recommended changes to the current cost for the services. So we're not making any recommendations to change those.
Yeah. Also still do the same. We're just trying to avoid the situation like they have in Edmonton where you get a fence that's ripped up and it's be put back, or you could be hitting any power lines or endangering anybody's lives, so. If we can have those done, so that we can have the inspection done before the snow gets here, so we can see everything that needs to be taken care of. So, if there's no other questions or concerns. Somebody want to make the motion, please?
Lamont County Council approved policy 5104.26, snow and ice control.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. And then we have the private snow removal policy.
Move the Lamont County Council approve policy 5100.26 private snow removal.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We'll move on to 9.12, something we all don't want to hear too much about, but Mr. Rodney keeps bringing them up for us.
Good morning, Mr. Reed, members of council. So yes, we are on page 117 of the agenda package, talking about some insolvent oil and gas companies. As council will remember, back around 2020, there was a court case that took the oil and gas companies and said that they didn't have to pay, and now they do. But what that resulted in is a number of oil and gas companies who became delinquent in their taxes, and we actually now have a couple that have become insolvent. So looking on page 119, on July 23rd, we received an email from the Orphan Well Association has requested that the courts take over long-run exploration wells as they're now defunct. When the Orphan Well Association takes them over, there's usually nothing left. So there's really no point in leaving the long-run exploration wells on our system. As well, Alpha Bow Energy Incorporation is one of the ones that we had hopes that we would collect. But recently we heard from the lawyers that the operator fraudulently took $10 million from Alpha Bow, and they're being challenged in the courts. Likely not to recover that, but looking at what we have on there, the likelihood of us recovering it is fairly slim. So to make our financial statements reflect what is most likely going to happen, the administration is recommending that we write off these tax rolls. We did discuss with legal counsel if this would cause a problem if the money was available, and they said no. So they don't want us canceling the taxes, they just would like us to write off the balance. So that is reflected in the motion on page 117. And the number of the tax rolls are listed. Now, you don't have to go through the motion of reading all of it. We'll just say as presented there.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of options in this particular case. There's a second motion as well here. Our allowance for uncollectible taxes was a little bit short, 39,000. So we just want clarification that council is okay for us to do this this adjustment. The accountant or the auditors have to do it anyways. This is just to show the council is aware that we're making that. Any questions on this item?
Yeah, Rodney, there's like the third one down is 159,000 and change. Is that one lease or what would that be?
That's correct. That's what.
Could that be a battery or something, just 55 to 30,000?
Yeah, there's some larger ones that.
One at the very end there is 1.1 million.
Yeah, so and that one is in regards to Alpha Bow. So and there was the hope that these would be able to, because there is value in them. But now with Alpha Bow and the $10 million fraud, the likelihood of that is that we're going to get any money is slim.
So this $1 million one would be a battery or something.
A battery or a compressor station.
And this isn't just 1 year, it's
This is back 2019, 2020. So
yeah, so it added up from there.
Yes. And one of the things that just changed this last year is that even if these companies were insolvent, the provincial assessor was still assessing them and we were still taxing them, even though we knew we couldn't get the money from it. So this year, the provincial government finally changed the regulations so that if it's an insolvent company and they're not active on that site, that they've stopped assessing them so that we can actually have an accurate number on our assessment and our checks.
So there's 52 sites that are in arrears right now.
Mhm.
I thought a couple council meetings before, we wrote off 300,000.
Yes, I can't remember which company that was for, but this is good. Alpha and Long Run are essentially the last two big ones that we have to do, so. And previously, what we would also wrote off was the education tax, so that we can apply to the government for that money back. So any money any education tax that we've assessed on here, we do get a grant back from the government for that.
So education tax is paid, we gotta pay yearly, no matter if we collect or not, right here.
Yes.
So then we'll be getting some back.
Yes, so we get that back.
$1.7 million only macro.
That's Saturday.
Yeah.
And then that's what people don't realize, that was kind of hurts counties a lot. There's every county in the province has had the issues, but that's oil and gas. And that's just your tax. That's not even still on the sites, the lease, the maintenance, the roads, and everything else that gets to it. That's how much it affects some small municipalities or municipalities.
Yeah.
Price for a gravel program. Yeah.
But these operators were, even though they weren't paying, they're still beating up the roads. They're still coming through there. It's and from the agricultural perspective, producer perspective, a lot of these sites were on agricultural land and they weren't paying their, the producers that own the land either. It was a major problem, and we're hopefully at the end of most of these non-payment ones.
I have a comment. So. It was about 2 or 3 years back where we had government had a session in Vegreville where you could go and apply for unpaid leases.
Yep.
So I had gone and applied 3 sites. And I got paid for 6 years on each of those sites, all lump sum. And 2 of those wells, parking wells, were reclaimed. And I never did really apply to get compensation. But then they sent an email that compensation's on the way, and I actually got the final 2 years on 2 wells. So the government is, like they were saying, wells with Lamont County. And it was that's moving ahead, so. But it's just they're getting, compensated for what they owe.
Yeah, and I encourage any producers who have not applied for that program to go and contact the Orphan Well Association, because there is money to pay those back. So unfortunately, on the municipal side, we don't get it, but from the producer side and landowner, you can't get money back, so.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, somebody want to make the motion, we'll just read up to the amount. You don't have to read every tax roll. Better. Yeah.
Sure, Lamont County Council, direct administration to write off the tax balances for the following oil and gas properties effective August 25th, 2026 in the amount of $1,728,962.41.
All right, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep, that's carried. That's one that hurts. It does hurt.
Page 118, there's a second motion here.
Yeah. There's a second motion on the bottom of page 118, if somebody wants to make that motion, please.
That Lamont County Council approved amount of $39,753.96 to replenish the allowance for uncollectible taxes by bringing the account back to a zero balance in accordance with the GAAP standards.
All right, any questions? Turn, none, all in favor?
Yep.
And carried. Right. All right, well, we're gonna, 9.13 aerial imagery.
Yes, so this item was brought up at the August 4th council meeting. Council members just discussed informally information about updated imagery, ortho photos for parcels within Lamont County. The discussion noted that up-to-date photos would aid in some decision-making, in particular for future overland water concerns. As we discussed earlier, 2026 has had high amounts of precipitation, and there's considerable amounts of standing water. So the current imagery was flown in 2024, and there is information from publicly available sources such as Google Earth, but it's stitched together from various time periods. So administration was already preparing business cases for budget. We were able to get some quotes relatively quickly. So there is a neighboring county to our north, but they have not discussed it in public yet with council. So, but we could realize a 20% savings for both counties if we get the same type of imagery. So, administration is recommending having the county flown as soon as possible, and including some high resolution imagery of our hamlets. So, and just some additional information. Administration intends on bringing forward a business case to the 2027 budget for some high resolution LiDAR style imagery that will provide a 3-dimensional model of the county. These models will help things like drainage, roads, understanding where we are with altitudes in the county. So like I said, these models can be used for studies for drainage concerns, road development, asset management, and future planning. Preliminary estimates are that's approximately about $100,000 for that project. But we're not talking about that today. That will use this information for development of it. But the financial impact of this, the aerial survey of the county, not including the hamlets, crown land, or the designated industrial zone, is $66,000. If we get an ultra high resolution of the designated industrial zone, down to items that are about, if there's something on the ground that's 15 centimeters in length, you'll be able to see detail. So the aerial survey that we're saying is a 20 centimeter for the rest of the county. Ultra high resolution of our crown land to see what's there, and we'd like to do that in leaf off. The hamlet survey is 13.5. And if we collaborate with our municipal neighbor, we'll be able to get a discount of 15,000. So these are individual pieces. So if council wants to just do the survey of the county, then we would be able to do it with the 66,000 less the 15 if we get the same amount flown with our neighbor to the north. So, but while we're flying, we figured it would be worthwhile to get the hamlet survey as well as the designated industrial zone on the ground. I also have Mr. Pinto with us to help us with some questions if we have some specific answer or specific questions. So
Okay, so it's gonna be under $100,000 to get the imagery done.
So, you know, protect us for planning development, somebody comes for a permit for a building or whatever, you can see if it's, if it had water standing there this year, then obviously it's not the right place to build a building right here at all. I think it's gonna help planning development with permitting and stuff.
Well, and you know what, it's not just, so this imagery isn't just yearly either, this is something that can go back on in 5 or 10 years when somebody says they want to build here and we say, well, you know what, we had a flood that many years back. Here's what it looks like.
yes,
And it's a CYA system for the county to be not held liable for where somebody decides to put their development.
yeah, and the old saying of a picture is worth 1,000 words. These are very useful. It's having the intelligence of, you know, going, okay, in 2024 it looked like this, in 2026 it looked like this, you know, in 2028, 2029 we're going to be asking again. It's just you'll be able to see that again, and we go back to see what happened in previous years.
Yeah.
And having higher resolution of this is the cameras are getting to be, you know, better quality, so it really does make a difference.
All right, any questions for Mr. Boyko or Mr. Pinto?
No, honestly, I think it's like.
It's beneficial for you if we have this for what you guys are both doing, both drainage and for. Absolutely, sir.
100%.
Do we need? Is there anything we do different? Do we need to have the crown land stuff or does it matter?
The groundland photos of that with the higher resolution would be helpful more for enforcement, looking for things if there's encampments and squatters and or people building on the crown land. We do intend on doing that when the leaves are off so that we can see it. So there's a very small window in the fall here that we can do it. If we miss that window, we'll have to do it in the spring, but so. And our motion basically is about doing the whole survey. And then we need the other county to do the exact same type of survey. So if they want to go a lower resolution, then we can't do that discount. But we believe that they want the high resolution as well.
Well, if we wait too long, we'll still show the water.
If we wait too long, it's better to do it now.
Yeah, you said you wait for the leaves.
Oh, for the crown land, just for the crown land.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good, yeah, if you want, yeah, right now, there's still water standing and stuff.
Don't you have to do everything at once?
We can't, like the ultra high of the crown land, they use a different camera, so they'll just fly just as well.
But I think that's more for, like you said, squatters or fence line and fractures.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, any questions or concerns? Well, none, so I want to make the motion, please.
The Lamont County Council approved the out of budget expenditure in GL 212-05-000-235. Professional fees for 2026 for an aerial survey not to exceed 99,400 and direct administration to negotiate with the neighboring municipality to collaborate on the project.
All right, all in favor? Yeah, carried. All right, so somebody want to move us into the committee of the whole meeting? Sorry, culverts. Okay, 9.14, Mr. White, this you brought up.
Yeah, how are we doing with culvert projects here right now? The contractors and their own, and where are we at?
The contractors have started their culvert projects. They have completed 5 sites currently, with another one expected to be completed tomorrow and 2 remaining. We will be shortly releasing 2 additional projects to them that we want completed after harvest so that it doesn't affect our harvest time. Internally, we've started repairing and replacing culverts where we had washouts and floods to Gore Estates, Range Road 184 north between 540 and 542, which will be completed today. And then we will start our program culverts finally.
Where are those 2 projects you're waiting until after harvest?
One is within Star, another one is Range Road 160 north of 580, 161 north of 580.
So how far along are we gonna be? Last year, what we did is we changed our culvert program. We went down to 1 crew instead of 2, so that we had more money put off to the side to be able to have contractors come in and help make sure we meet it. Are we gonna have an issue at the end of the year where we come in and our contractors are done because they've gone to look for other work that we've completed, and then we come up with a shortfall where we didn't make, because we had a projection of what 64 culverts I think was gonna be this spring, wasn't it, or this year?
Correct, yeah. Of those, The contractors have completed most of their just straight culvert installs. The last two remaining are ditching projects. That's with culvert installs, which is why we want to wait till after harvest. I've talked with both contractors. They're both willing to come back and work at this time. One is gonna leave to another, or both are gonna leave for a couple of other projects. One is available to come back sooner than the other. So it also depends on the pricing and the timing that they can do the construction of which contractors we will put forth for council to approve for those.
They're gonna leave after they get these ones done that they spoke they're doing, right?
Yes, but they both said they have time to come back at it during the year.
Okay, so do we have any culverts that our internal group isn't gonna be able to complete, that we could have our contractors go out and make sure that we hit our 64 completion? Because I don't wanna hear at the end of the year that we went down one cruise, and we didn't have enough, but we had enough money left over for contractors and we didn't finish our job. So if any contractors available, utilize them and make sure it's done.
I would, yes, if there's budget remaining within the projects. The two ditching projects are rather large. I expect that they will take up a large portion of the remaining budget, but there may be enough to do a few crossings.
Where's that big drainage project at?
Star will be a fairly expensive one with road crossing culvert installations with it too. And as I said, the other one's 161 north of 580. That's about 900 meters of roadside ditching. So that will be a fairly expensive project as well.
That project, the 161, maybe we should set up a meeting in the next couple weeks. So the owners know what we're proposing, so we don't tender it and then decide we're changing something.
Yeah, no, I was planning to talk with you, Counselor, and after right away about getting that meeting set up.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I noticed on 562 west of 831, we're gonna be doing. Is that one of the contractors doing that?
Correct, yes.
Is there any way they can get that one done before harvest starts in a few weeks? There's a lot of farmers hauled on that road to start.
Yeah, they are
What I'm getting at is Range Road 200, there's hardly anybody use it. That one is the main route to at harvest time, so we can get done first.
Yeah, 562 should be started within the week, I believe.
They're gonna do that one next time.
Yeah, after.
Because if we get it done before harvest, otherwise the trucks are gonna be going around, we're gonna lose a lot of road thing.
Yeah, no, they plan to do that site and then loop around back to Range Road 200.
Yeah, because 200, there's only, the guys mostly haul north. Up to the Great North 45, the guys that are farming there. But this one here, guys cut across, there's a lot of trucks and reviews going on that road to start.
In fact, they picked up the culverts for that site yesterday.
Do we know, and it's just because I haven't driven up there, but you're the one on 161 that you guys are doing. Would there be enough time if contractor was available to do it sooner before harvest? For the amount of people that harvest in that area, it would be an alternate route that wouldn't be too much of a burden, but at least we can get it done. We have the right conditions right now. That's all I'm saying is we could have a really early winter or something go wrong.
Part of the reason I wanted to hold that off till after harvest is with the spring thaw we had a rather large washout on the west side of the road. So any material we remove from the ditch, we can use to fill that washout at the same time. Unfortunately, they farmed right up to the washout, so that would affect their crops if we went in quicker.
Kevin, on 560, just east of 831. We're always flooding those yards out, not our fault, it's when they built the truck stop there, blocked the water from going west. Is there any chance they put a culvert, but it's too far east? It's up the hill, is there any chance we can get a culvert put in there?
I can investigate that for you.
Yeah, so it's, you know where it is when we come up the spring, just on 560, just east of 831, it goes direct into the creek. The new culvert they put in between there and the bridge is too far up the hill and it doesn't get any water, so. And it always floods out those three properties right on the corner.
I can definitely take a look into that. I know a majority of the water crossing there is supposed to be through the highway culvert, but it doesn't always work correctly.
They just go a couple hundred feet, they go straight into the creek and go
Yeah.
on. that it'll be a lot less work than ripping the pavement and everything, trying to get the culvert in. It's just, throw a big culvert in and it's done.
Hamlet, Hilliard, you got those, are you pouring concrete on those basins?
We are planning to go in starting tomorrow and rebar in and form up the sidewalks, and I'm just waiting for my contract, our concrete contractor to get back to me on timing of when we can actually pour them.
All the culverts and everything and ditching is done already in there?
Yeah, we just have the sidewalks left.
Any other questions?
So when do we know if we're gonna add more culverts and stuff on, when are we gonna be?
I should have both ditching projects out to the contractors for pricing this week. After that, I'll know what the. Once I receive their bids, I will know how much we have retaining in the budget and what I can send them off to.
Yeah, just so we keep moving forward with this.
No, we want the contractor to go to another county and
Yeah.
then we're, the next spring, we're gonna have bigger problems than we had this spring, so.
I know one of them has some work that they've already bid and plan to do. That would be the larger contractor this year. So they do plan to go to Beaver County, but they did inform me they have some time after they're done the work in Beaver County.
Cause we're gonna throw on maybe 10 or 15 regular ones, if we're gonna do that, let's throw that, and now maybe they can keep going and get her done for the week, so.
I believe they're obligated to that one, at least the one contractor.
Well, even if we have the other contractor, then
Did you,
let's throw in some of them and keep it moving forward. So, okay, any other questions or concerns? No? All right, we'll just take his information we sent you for.
did we get any from that, delegation we had? We had, 7 or 8 culverts that are a problem every year. Did that list come to us yet?
No,
No, okay.
no. Okay, ready?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Lamont County Council accepts report on culverts as information.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, somebody want to take us into a committee of a whole?
Well, yeah, yeah, no,
That's a can thing.
okay, did we, did anybody talk to that group, get permission to open that up a little wider and get the water going?
I have engaged the landowner. She's actually hired an engineer and is currently in the process of getting Alberta environment approvals and stamped engineering drawings to work with them. They have asked if we, as Lamont County, can do some surveying for them out there, which I've said, of course, no problem. So hopefully we can work with the landowner to get this done a lot quicker.
Yeah, let's get it opened up,
Yeah.
these guys are in their 70s, they're still pumping basements, it's,
So from my understanding of talking with her, they do plan to have an open channel in there from now on, no culvert or above ground crossing, so.
one of our neighbors put in this Carol Creek, but it's cement, they cross on the cement thing. It, and no more trouble, no beavers, no other problems with going there. Okay, so they're working on it.
Yes.
Okay,
Just make it happen.
yeah.
You want to make the motion with the information?
Lamont County Council accept the report on scale rating.
All in favor?
Yep.
Great. Now we can go into committee of the whole. There you go. So we have to make the motion to do this.
Move on, county council move on August 25th, 2026 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 11:18 a.m.
All right, all in favor? Okay, yep.
If I'm also, the committee of the whole is, yeah, the chair should bring this to the committee of the whole because we had a resolution to prepare amendments to the land use bylaw. Including tourism into the land use bylaw to tourism opportunities. In bylaw. And Mr. Beck is here to give us more information.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there was a motion last November for staff to prepare amendments. And subsequent to that, I understand there's been discussion with council about maybe preparing a strategy or something else, or budgeting for a strategy. Next year's budget, in reviewing it with staff. We believe we could prepare some relatively simple text amendments to allow this issue to move forward to council for consideration. Without a strategy, we just want to run that past you, committee, just to make sure we're on board, or if council still want to do strategy or something else. Otherwise, it's not that complicated a matter. And any concerns would be addressed in a public hearing. If people are not happy with the prospect of opening up a little more, this is not opening the door wide open. The ag district already allows a lot of tourism related uses. We're just adding a couple more. And one of them is this venue proposal that we hear from people, and it's successful in other places. And you folks probably know of some that might have already been operating for years and years. You know, they can be very successful and they can have low impact on the neighbors. So we'd like to consider adding those in a bylaw and bring it ahead to council.
As a matter of fact, somebody approached me this weekend, you want to see what they ought to get open a wedding venue with, and where they want to put it into the regular meeting, so.
Yeah, I know people want it. The land is zoned agricultural, but it's an agricultural business, so you can't look to put in there, so ag tourism business.
Tourism is the way to go nowadays.
Ag tourism is gonna be a big
Money
thing.
all over the country.
Show them everybody's water ponds. All right, so we just have the one ag tourism opportunity revisions to the land use bylaws. Someone want to read the recommendation motion?
Sure, Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to prepare amendments to the land use bylaw, generally aligning with option 2 listed within for consideration at council meeting in September 2026.
Great, all in favor?
Yeah.
Period. So then we don't really need the strategic planning session workshop, do we? Oh, that's a strategic planning, sorry, yes. So,
The strategic,
yeah,
tourism thing, we don't need.
yeah, we don't need that one, sorry. Okay, so 10.2 is the strategic planning session workshop.
Yes, Regional Council, this, almost 1 year after the election, it would be an opportunity to plan, a refresher of the strategic planning to review what you have gone through, right after election until now, if you are still in agreement with going forward as the strategic plan says, or if you want to make some amendments. And I am looking for a date. Council might be available to have the strategic planning workshop. I suggest Monday, November 9th or Friday, November 23rd. There are other options end of October if that would be a better planning. I think we were talking earlier about possibly October 3rd. Which is a difference.
November work better.
Yeah.
Even if we do finish harvest, to always help neighbors and stuff. I'm just checking my dates here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because we have, 34th, 5th is our May. And I have a couple of commitments. Of the 16th, so that is late after the 17th. 17th on.
We have our budget meetings.
Yeah.
Not that week. On November 6th, 16th, 17th and 18th, we have planned our budget meeting, and it would be helpful if we had the strategic planning work before our budget.
What are that, maybe we got time between we get back to meetings and,
Well,
before our, budget start.
mine returned back on the 16th, so then we're ready for this day anyway, so. Yeah, I guess. Look, whether we need a coordinator, and I can. Figure out it. Things are gonna have to change for meetings.
Yeah,
The RMA Fall Convention is, from Monday, November 2nd to Wednesday, Thursday, November 5th.
So you had it earlier this year, the second in November?
Second of April. That's what I have in my calendar.
Okay. Okay.
As an alternative, we did one after the RMA convention a couple of years ago. Would you, because the convention ends, I think.
Yeah,
Is that something
Yeah,
that council's
That's correct.
interested?
that's on the 5th, we did that one.
That's on the 5th, yeah,
Third, fourth, and fifth. I don't know if you're okay with doing another 5th
in the afternoon.
in the afternoon.
We could do it somewhere in Edmonton.
Yeah.
We did it right at the,
We did it right at the convention center, we had a room there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look into that.
yeah, we can do that.
Great idea.
we did it right at, we did it right at RMA, remember that, Roy? We took one of the rooms. They gave us a room.
That works. Okay, so it's November 5th tentatively.
Okay.
just send the invite.
Yeah.
Get it on the calendar, yeah, book your spot early.
Both those extra.
Yeah. All right, so do we want to make it tentatively November 5th?
Yeah.
Put it in here.
Yeah.
All right, somebody want to make that motion, please?
Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to organize the strategic planning review workshop for November 5th, 2026.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
Thank you, council.
And that would be it for our committee of the whole.
That's certainly added an item that are road
Yeah.
signs.
Oh, man.
Added to the
really
agenda today.
got the ball. Yeah.
Yes.
10.2, sorry, the old signs.
I was approached on, here in the last couple of weeks, there's people have gone over changing out the road. Welcome to Lamont, road signs. And I had a couple of guys ask if they could purchase them or, do, what's the county doing with them? I wondered if they could purchase them and, I think we got one little email or one, text there that said that they maybe would, bring them all back to the yard. And the guy said he'd like to get it right from there so he can reinforce it and hold it together. The more you move it, the more chance there's gonna be nothing left of them. I was just wondering what we're doing with the signs, with thoughts, I guess.
Regional council estimate signs are property of Lamont County. There would be possibly a liability issue if somebody would take them off and something happens while they're taking them off. I believe administration prefers if we can bring them into our yard as safely as we can. And then council can decide what council wants to do signs.
There's 11 signs, is there not?
Yeah.
There's 11 signs, I mean, if there's, they get them here and they pick the best out of the 11, right?
I've been told that some are very rotten, many
Yeah.
probably are not good for the taking.
Well, the one guy that's right beside his quarter of land, so he said he didn't just grab the front motor and take it home. And then the less guys that you reinforce it and bring it home, the less people that, the more you handle it, the less is gonna be left in it.
Okay, and if we did decide, is there a monetary value that you guys would like, or a donationary value to association, or is there anybody thought of that, or at no cost? Take it, or what?
I agree with the county bringing them to public works, and then I think you. Put them on for tender and the proceeds go to the food bank.
Seems fair.
Anybody else? For liability when, you know, people are working.
Yeah.
Take the signs off, I think that should be the county doing it.
Yeah, you can't really have them pissing around in the ditch.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
From the other
front
side.
end loaders and all of that, trying to.
Or in-
Feeling like that.
Yeah, I bet you they do.
Yeah,
I heard they're gonna donate your time.
Yeah, well, it's Traco and a thumb. Off they come. What you get is what you get, and you don't get upset.
yeah. Okay, so I guess we will bring it back to the yard and then decide from there, be on a. If you wanna make the motion that we make all proceeds donated to the food bank. Or,
The Lamont County Council Direct Administration. To bring the installed. The installed signs or what would you like to? The old county entrance signs.
To the public works yard.
Yeah,
And-
tender
and-
proceeds going to the food bank.
And only the good ones, no?
And issue a tender.
With proceeds to the food. Okay.
With proceeds going to the Lamont Food Bank.
Maybe call it one county.
Is it Lamont County Food Bank? Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
That should be the one committee of the whole, right?
Yes, that's correct. The Lamont County Committee of the Whole. Not the county council. No.
Instead of council, it's.
That Lamont County Committee of.
That is somewhere in Rockgate, nobody bids on them, we take them to the dump. Well, landfill. Sorry, sorry,
You guys.
sorry for insulting your. Right.
Okay. Now, committee, Lamont County Committee of the Whole Direct Administration to bring the Old County entrance signs to the Public Works Yard and issue tenders, issue for tender with proceeds going to the Lamont County Food Bank.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Now we can come out.
Yeah.
Committee of the whole, somebody want to take us out, please.
Sure, the Lamont County Committee of the Whole returned the August 25th, 2026. Regular council meeting at 11:32 a.m.
All right, director's reports, monthly director's reports.
We've had council, as you can see on page 109 of the agenda package. We have prepared the monthly director's report for today. With activities that have been going on in the different departments throughout the last month. And July, actually the last 2 months. And we are here for any questions or concerns that we might have.
All right, you guys have had a chance to read through your paperwork, and through your packages. Is there anything you guys have questions?
The fire truck for both.
The rescue truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
It's prepared.
yeah, it's in there, they're working on it, we had our C-dips. So they've deferred working on that while they were completing our C-dips, and then we had a couple of off-site breakdowns that they were looking after for us, so they're still working on it. Progressing better than they actually anticipated.
Are they using that truck right now, or is it just out of service?
They're done, sir, so it's been in there, it's apart from the frames off the body's off.
It's taken apart already.
I stopped in there on my own stuff and he said it's not even bad as well.
No, it probably isn't. Good. Christiane was into this and honestly, our negotiations have been going really well with our CAOs or our,
Fire mediation grant?
fire mediation grant.
Yeah.
It's actually going really well. But, yeah. All right, is there any other questions or concerns? If not, we're gonna make a motion to take this information.
That Lamont County Council accept the director's reports for August 25th, 2026 as information.
All right. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
Thank you.
Easy way to get off, everybody.
Yeah. One question. Yeah. What's going on? Fire truck. Just like that.
Yeah. Getting report. Another incident off, Mitch, you want to do this, Mitch?
It's nothing to me.
Okay.
Actually, just one, we had a Lamont County Library meeting last night, discussed some fiscal things and divvying up of the grants and really other than that, a whole lot, so.
Right. Make motion to take your information.
Yeah, Lamont County Council accept Councilor John Eugenus's report on the Lamont County Library meeting as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Juroski.
I had one in July there. I missed on my other report. This is a Hoda 100 per year hall plaque presented from the county certificate. Honorable Jackie was there also presenting with them. That was in July. Friday, I went to the black ceremony at the Blackish ceremony at the legislation grounds. I was 5 minutes late, but I made it in there. Had no place to park, but I got lucky because my wife dropped me off and and that, so it was a 1 hour discussion from a number of ministers and a number of people. Brought very interesting stuff on there. Lamont County Library with John yesterday. There is one issue, everybody's, even from last year, sent in their application for grants. Andrew is an issue. They don't even know who.
To get a hold of.
Yeah, there's no information on Andrew and last year, and so there's some issues there. And then Bruderheim had an issue on a book that was taken out, or was it ordered? It was ordered.
Ordered through the library
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, it was a juvenile book, and I guess online and got information, and they went hard at the people at or the what you call it, the Bruderheim secretary there, and they went at it pretty hard and stuff on there. So they're trying to straighten that out and see what happened, why it was ordered and stuff on there. So. And then the first time for me at the Reeves Golf Tournament, it was pretty interesting and stuff.
Okay. Make your motion, Mister.
I misplaced the other guy this week for.
ZHODA. Hall. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, Lamont County Council accept Councilor Gerald Trowski's report on the 100th anniversaries of Old Hall. Blackish, it should say, I think it says Blackish.
Black ribbon.
Black ribbon?
Yeah, black ribbon.
It's not just blackish, it's black.
No, black.
It's just black ribbon ceremony.
Black ribbon ceremony and the Lamont Library has information. Paper.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, myself, no real community reports, just a quick update. Ukrainian Village, I did a reading on behalf of Lamont County, recognizing Ukrainian Village in the community. Last Tuesday, we did our county road tour. Just to see how our infrastructure is handling this year. On Thursday, we had the Reeves Golf Tournament, which was very, very well run. I'd like to send out some recognition to our planning and development and economic development group down there. Did a fantastic, and FCSS, sorry, did a fantastic job of running that this year. I think at the next council meeting, they will give us our monetary update, how well they did. I did not make it to the black ribbon ceremony, which was held last Friday. Yeah. And I will be leaving tomorrow morning and should be back Friday. I'm going to Prince Rupert for the Can Export presentation of where their new distribution site will be. On behalf of, I will be representing Lamont County and the Heartland Association.
Yeah, you're going with the Heartland.
I'm going with the Heartland. Yeah, there's no cost to the county. Yeah. So that is all that I have for them. Yeah, you can write representing Heartland Association
In principle.
in Prince Rupert. Yeah. All right, I make a motion that Lamont County Council accept Reeve Aaron Wick's report on the Ukrainian Village celebration, county road tour, Reeves Golf Tournament, and representing Lamont, the Heartland Association in Prince Rupert as information. All in favor?
Yeah.
Period. Mr. White.
Yeah, no real meetings, some social events, parade in Mondaire. We did our road tour with the county. And the golf tournament, really thanks to all the staff and everybody. There's some of their spouses that helped. Takes a lot of work to put on that tournament, and hopefully will be good for the food bank. The setup, people are there very early and then help clean up, so it's a 14-hour day or better, so I really appreciate that, and that's all that we got done here in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Perfect.
Lamont County Council accept Deputy Reeve B.L. White's report on the Monday Parade Road Tour Reeve Golf Tournament as information.
All in favor? Carried. All right, now we'll be moving on to correspondence for action. 13-1.
Briefing council, yes, our first, correspondence item for action is an email from the Alberta Industrial Association requesting support from council to widen the Veterans Way on Highway 15. They're requesting a letter to the government of Alberta asking for financial support.
What do they want to do? Sorry.
They are asking to the government of Alberta to widen Highway 15, the Veterans Way into Fort Saskatchewan.
Yeah, so they're asking for us for a
For a
letter.
letter.
For
Support.
support.
Yes.
Yeah, no financial support.
No, I know, but where is that veteran?
Well, I think that starts right at Scotford. And
Yeah.
moves all the way into the divided, all the way into Fort Saskatchewan.
Highway 15 is just me, Veterans Way.
Yeah, I think it stops being
Thanks.
Veterans Way as soon as we get to 2-lane again. But that's been in the works for quite a while, so.
Yeah. We're just looking for a letter of support.
Yeah, is that sort of to widen it or to,
They want to add a 3rd lane.
like where the 4 lane is now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They want a 3rd lane on each side.
All right, any questions or concerns? Somebody want to make a motion that we support?
Sure. Lamont County Council direct Reeve to sign a letter addressed to the government of Alberta to request financial support to widen Veterans Way, Highway 15, as requested by the August 12th, 2026 email from the Alberta Industrial Heartland External Relations Working Group. That's a mouthful.
All in favor? County Administrator.
Yes. The CEO from the County of Minden asked for support from council to
Same thing.
reach out to the government. They want to reach out to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food requesting financial assistance and support programs for agricultural producers affected by flooding and excessive moisture. And they believe that a joint letter from all surrounding municipalities would help getting the support.
Anybody have any questions about them?
No,
We want to make the motion?
I think the last one.
Yeah,
It's a
the last
lot
one.
more.
That Lamont County Council support a joint letter to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food requesting financial assistance and support programs for agricultural producers affected by flooding and excessive moisture as requested by the County of Minden CAO Pat Road in her email dated August 13th, 2026.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Paid. All right, Village of Chipman.
Prefect Council, the Village of Chipman has sent us an invoice for a project that we have had on our council agenda in February of this year. The county agrees to cost share bridge project. And if you see on page 139, there's that letter from February 23rd. The county already paid the 80% of unfunded portion of $235,000, 751. And there is a remaining balance of the unfunded portion of $6,319.32 that the Village of Chipman is asking the county to pay.
All right, so we know that we had committed to $360,000 towards it, and we are well underneath that, which is a great year. Is there any objections or concerns with providing the extra $6,300?
It's still way under what we budgeted for, so.
Yes.
Yep, so we gotta pay it, that's all there is to it.
And we mostly, our residents mostly use it, so.
Right here, it's all bullshit, man, right?
Yeah.
Perfect, so somebody want to make the motion?
Lamont County Council approved the request cost sharing payment of the unfunded portion of $6,319.32 for the Village of Chipman Bridge File Project 01127, with funds coming from the aggregate levy.
Perfect. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We have one correspondence as information, which is the Canadian Legion. It's just a certificate of application or appreciation, sorry, from Lamont County. For military service recognition book. Sorry, I guess you. Okay.
It is a very nice certificate of appreciation. Supported the Legion in this annual digital military service recognition book. And as a thank you to the certificate. Not for information.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept all correspondence item as information. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah, carried.
Thank you.
All right, you see your council calendar looks pretty full for everybody. Yeah.
You want to use this format?
If it goes forward. As a reminder, we have planned a council to council meeting at the Lamont Hall on September 2nd.
Yeah.
You will get more information in the coming days, as a reminder, again. I believe all councils have agreed to participate.
Is there a time?
Yes, we will.
6
Six.
o'clock.
Same evening.
6.
Yeah, it was the same times as when my council, or my coffee
Yeah.
talk is, so.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot, Paul.
Your coffee stops at 6 in the evening?
On the 3rd.
Yeah, I'll have coffee talks for 6. And then we're,
So that's written
me
here.
and Chipman at the Golden Leads, Golden Senior Center.
I think everybody's been making. Every time I go there, just Frogies, you're gonna have Frogies.
Would you like any administration to attend at your coffee talks?
No, I don't.
Just somebody to record.
Yeah, if there is somebody that can record it,
I think that's really what we need, is somebody to do all the writing.
Yeah.
Write the things down. I think.
Just, what they want answered.
yeah, just a connector.
Can't answer the area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think for the most part, they're all pretty happy with it.
yeah. So you guys are all coming to the Heartland conference, that's in the city, at the McDonald. Rural Connectivity Forum. Can't remember that was that. That's it.
Red Deer.
Red Deer, Red Deer. No real time to cut hay in here, huh?
17th and 18th, I won't be right there.
Oh, you're not coming?
I'm not going right there, no. You guys will bring me back information.
The 4th is a AIHA board meeting.
That's mine.
That's yours,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's mine.
That's what I
Or
kind of
John,
figured.
if an alternate. For your information, there's a meeting where. Yeah. Yeah. And the RMA District 5 meeting
There you
in Vegreville this year.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, and then. We do now close our offices for the Truth and Reconciliation Day.
Oh, we're closing this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bringing, comes forward every year. Inside.
Well, I think it's recognized now.
We have it in a policy,
Yeah.
as the steps for. Offices, yeah.
There, up till now, we're represented every year and you decided, right?
All right, so does somebody want to make a motion to accept the calendar as information?
Move to the Lamont County Council accept the council calendar for September 2026 as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Okay. So we've got time to go into the closed session. So that's the time to make this happen, so why don't I will make a motion that Lamont County Council move the August 25th, 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 11:52 AM to discuss the following items. Economic Development Update, ATIA Section 19, and gravel contract, which
It's 19.
is 19 also.
We called it aggregate fixed contract.
Yeah. All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah. We'll have two motions. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the regular council meeting for August 25th, 2026. We have a couple of motions to make out that after a discussion in closed session. Somebody want to make the first one, please?
Lamont County Council accept the August 25th, 2026 economic development update as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Carried. And we have one more here to bring forward. Somebody want to make that motion? I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to bring back a report on the aggregate pit contract as discussed in closed session meeting. All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 1:04 PM. Thank you, everybody, for attending.